To begin this first session, and I don't have a very long speech because we do want to get moving right away. So officially, I want to say welcome to the 2020 conference of the Great Lakes Planetarium Association. Thank you all so much for joining us. And thank you to the Executive Committee for the hard work and dedication in putting this together. In particular, the conference planning and technology committees have gone above and beyond to make this happen. And special thanks to the Development Committee for putting together and sending out the goodie boxes, which I don't have mine yet, but it might be waiting for me at home. So as I mentioned in the welcome letter to new members, the one very special, not so secret ingredient to this organization and its success is our members, all of us here and those who aren't able to join us at this time. We make new connections and we strengthen existing connections with colleagues. We share our stories and our ideas. We commiserate over struggles, unique and common. We provide support and encouragement to one another, and we celebrate one another for our successes and for the efforts we put into them. Now, throughout these sessions this week, please enjoy the presentations and enjoy the break times. Use the break times to catch up with colleagues or to welcome new members. And again, thank you very much for joining us in this very special virtual conference. Renee?
Thank you, Waylena. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm so excited to be in GLPA 2020. I want to make a quick note that Anna Green is still acting as our conference photographer and will be doing some screenshots along the way, and Bart Benjamin might be filling in a little bit as well. So if you do not want your photograph, please send a private message to Anna and or me, and we'll make sure that you're not included. But I just wanted to give a quick note right away that we'll plan on doing that. But the first thing in our conference schedule is to break up into small groups to allow people to sort of introduce themselves. Waylena, did you have a prompt for people?
Thank you. Yes, I had to unmute. I almost forgot this time. So the prompt that stuck in my mind most, well, think back when you were a kid. What did you want to be when you grew up? And how did that influence what you do today?
Excellent. So we're going to automatically break you up into breakout rooms. So please just take some time to introduce yourself to your fellow GLPA members who will be in those breakout rooms. And we'll be popping back into the main session altogether at 2:20 Eastern, 1:20 Central. Those are the times I'm going to be using because those are the times that show up on the GLPA conference schedule for me. So without further ado, I'm going to break you up all into your breakout rooms.
So well behaved.
And I think Zoom was well behaved too. Our breakout room worked fine. Those don't always go so smooth. Good job, Renee, and whoever else is doing those.
Okay, is everybody back in? I have to admit, guys, I'm only halfway know what I'm doing. So thanks for bearing with me. Well, welcome everybody once again to Virtual GLPA 2020. I am your moderator today, as well as Steve Crawford. So we'll be helping introduce folks and moderating the chat. Just as we said in the emails that went out to everyone, that please just keep yourself muted, and if you have questions, just ask your questions in the chat. It'll just help us stay on time. But I would like to take a moment to thank all of the sponsors who have made this virtual conference possible. And I told you guys I only halfway know what I'm doing. Oh, there we go. Okay. So I'd just like to thank all of the sponsors who've made our virtual conference possible. Without them, we truly wouldn't be able to have this conference this week. And they also provided items and made the goodie box that our development team has sent out to everyone possible. So thank you to all of our sponsors. And today's sessions are sponsored by Digitalis and Seiler Zeiss. And I want to just take a moment to put in the chat our virtual sponsor hall. So please take just a brief minute or two to go on over to the virtual sponsor hall that's on our GLPA website. And you'll see there the logos of our sponsors, and each of those are links to their website. So because we can't have the wonderful sponsor hall that we usually have for a in-person GLPA conference, we try to do our best to recreate something similar to that on our website. So now I'd like to we're going to transition soon to papers. So our first paper is by Jean Crichton, The Stars Have Stories, a virtual exploration of stellar properties. And Jean, you've been made a co-host, so let's make sure that you have the ability to share your screen.
I do.
Okay.
All right.
And whenever you're ready, Jean, you can go ahead and take it away.
I'm ready. So I just wanted to say how happy I am to be at the GLPA. Many of the ideas that I get from you talking with you end up becoming a thing. So today I'm going to talk about a series called Stars Have Stories, which I began when we realized that the COVID is here to stay. And I wanted to challenge myself to talk to families and children to talk about the properties of stars in a way that's accessible, that connects to daily life, and also has a quantitative aspect to it. So here are some of the logistics. We were specifically interested, this is with the Alumni Association, by the way, at UW Milwaukee, to reach out to families who are stuck at home with their kids who are not going to school. The programs were offered on Friday mornings at 10 a.m., and we offered in the end 9 weekly programs starting on April 24th. The format was that I prepared a presentation about 14 to 20 minutes long, depending on the topic. And then there was a question period that was moderated for between 10 and 15 minutes each week. As I said, it was properties of stars that I was trying to get to. So each week I tackled a different topic. We started with something as basic as what do you see during the day and night? And then we talked about the position of stars, brightness of stars, distance, speed, temperature, how stars are born, how do stars help us tell stories? And the last session, which was an add-on, I hadn't intended to include this, was to talk about my adventure in the stratosphere on Sophia. I know that some of you here have also had that experience. And to answer questions that either I didn't have time, I ran out of time to answer, or because they didn't quite fit in the theme of that day. So as I mentioned, I was interested, no, I did not want to do that. I clicked something that I didn't want to. Thank you for your patience. Interesting. I don't see it. It's disappeared.
Is it a Zoom issue?
It is not a Zoom issue.
Software?
I pressed a button and the presentation has gone to La La Land. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, interesting. I think I have it. So I wanted accessible ideas. So to talk about,
Your screen's not shared.
I know that's not it anyway. So thank you. Just a sec. I'm there, almost there.
The good news is we've all been on that side of the table, Jean. So find it.
Find it. Take a breath.
Yes, take a breath. We can
funny.
wait. We're all human too.
But it is very, very annoying because it was all set. Here we are. Okay. Now, do you see this screen? Is how are stars born on the left?
Nope.
No.
I think you need to reshare, Jean.
Okay, I need to reshare. I will reshare.
Got it.
Okay, thanks. So one of the ideas that I wanted to tackle was how to make things accessible and aesthetically pleasing. So one of the questions I often get is, how come we can't see stars during the day? And I like this example. These are images. Most of the images that I'm going to show you I got from the web. There are some pictures that I had to take myself. This one I got from the web. I said, look how underwhelming this particular candle is compared to this. This light is going to stand out considerably better. Admittedly, if you have a really good idea, sometimes it backfires because for small kids, if you show them a cake, then they don't really think about anything else after that. I wanted to talk about how stars shine. And I realized that if I start talking about fusion, that might be tricky. But if I don't plan to talk about fusion, the kids are going to ask me anyway, how do stars make light? So I decided, might as well decide how I'm going to do this, how I'm going to talk about atomic structure in an interesting way and a way they can visualize with my prompts the way I want them, as opposed to trying to wing it on the fly in the question period. So I said, if you take rocks and you slam them together in really, really, really fine pieces, eventually you're going to reach something that you can't smash any further, and that's an atom. And because atoms are so small, you can't see them without a microscope, a strong microscope. We're going to blow them up and make them a whole lot bigger. So a proton is going to be a particle, a piece of material that's at the very heart of an atom, and we're going to blow it up to the size of a cantaloupe. And on that scale, the electron, another little piece of matter that buzzes around the proton, is about the size of a seed of a grape. Now, atoms are really lots of empty space, because what I would need to make an atom like hydrogen is to put the proton in the middle of a football field, and the electron would go at the very end zone. And since stars are super hot, the electron gets stripped away, and the most common flavor of hydrogen in the universe just has a proton. So they normally don't like to get close to each other because they are positively charged. But if I slam them together really, really fast, and if they're really dense, in other words, they're super close together, then they come together and make helium. That process makes energy and powers stars for literally billions of years. I also wanted to talk about the difference between apparent brightness and luminosity. And I didn't necessarily say these words always, but the idea was that two stars, like these two candles, can be equally luminous. They make the same amount of light, but they can appear brighter or dimmer depending on how far they are. In this case, I took my camera and I put the candles at double the distance from each other, so that I could give you the idea that not only is the further one dimmer, but also it is a quarter of the brightness. Now, our eyes aren't photometers. We can't measure the amount of light we get accurately, but it's more than half dim, even though I only doubled the distance. And this comes into the conversation about, well, when I look up in the sky, how can I tell which star is more luminous than the other? These, by the way, are pictures I took in my home because I couldn't for the life of me find a picture of two candles that are equally bright, which seemed like an easy thing to find. Here I constructed a setup that makes two candles look similar in brightness. They appear equally bright, and the question is, are they? And if you look carefully at this picture, there are clues that would suggest one is in fact brighter than the other, but it's not super obvious. So to talk about how two things can look similar in brightness, and yet they're not, because the distance will compensate for their actual luminosity. So in this situation that I set up, this is a slightly different angle. The picture on the right is closer to what you saw before. The picture on the right shows you that the star on the left was the one that's much more luminous, but more distant. And the one that was near us is kind of dim, but close. So this is the Sirius versus Rigel. Sirius looks really bright because it's close to us, not particularly bright, not particularly luminous, I mean, whereas the one in the back, Rigel, is truly magnificently luminous, but is far. About speed of stars gave me a wonderful opportunity to talk about orders of magnitude. As I said, I wanted to bring numbers in this conversation. So I wanted to bring some context for how fast stars can be. Here is a koala. It travels 6 miles in an hour. There's a cheetah, 10 times faster. And an airplane travels 10 times faster still, 600 miles in 1 hour. Well, how fast are stars? Rockets travel 6 miles in a second. And it says fastest star, but I meant to say fast star, travels 600 miles in a second. This is the difference between a koala and an airplane.
2-minute warning, Jean.
I'm sorry?
2-minute warning.
Thank you very much. So 600 miles in 1 second is the kind of speed that a star travels. We measured speeds that are twice as fast as that when we looked at a particular star very close to the center of our galaxy. I say we, I mean humanity, not obviously me personally. So there have been 2 teams who have been taking pictures of individual stars at the center of our galaxy over time, over 2 decades. And given how fast they move close to what seems to be empty space, they concluded there is a supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy. And for this work, Genzel and Gez, the person in the center and the person on the right, received a Nobel Prize in physics for 2020. So it was, that just happened to land in my lap before, as I was making this talk. But it was fun to talk about black holes, which I did in Stars Have Stories. So I called this series Stars Have Stories because I wanted to say that we can measure clues. Stars can give us clues to understand more about them. But of course, we all know that people have used stars for thousands of years to tell stories, cultural stories of their own. Some of you know that I grew up in Greece. So early on in the COVID situation, I recorded some stories on our website under resources. So there are 9 stories that I've connected the Greek myth, and I can pronounce the names, which is a bonus, with the constellations they were named after. So a series about Perseus, some stories of Hercules, and the last one is about Theseus, we say in Greek. This has been the gift that keeps giving, although it was a lot of work. I estimate I spent 72 hours to make 9 30-minute programs, reached over 1,300 people. I designed activities that go with each of these programs, and over 100 people have accessed those. And I answered more than 60 questions. Some of them were very good. We decided to curate some of those questions, and we used them on our Facebook. Since some of these questions are common, but some were common but cool, or rare and cool. And with that, I'd like to thank you very much for your attention. I'd be very happy to answer questions now or later. There is my contact information. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean, for that lovely presentation. And folks, in the interest of time, please, if you have questions, put them in the chat. Jean, there are a few questions in the chat, so you might want to scroll back up to take a look at those.
I'll pause. I'll stop my share then.
Some people asking if you'd be willing to share your recordings.
Yes.
But next, we have a presentation by Shannon Schmoll, Rabbit in the Moon and Other Tales of the Night Sky. So Shannon, yes, I see you're already starting your screen sharing. Wonderful. Shannon, how would you like to be warned on time, or would you like a warning? Shannon, we can't hear you if you're speaking.
Can't hear you if you're speaking. Can't hear you if you're speaking. Can't hear you if you're speaking.
Try again.
Again. Again. Again. All right, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Unfortunately, we can hear you, but there's some feedback. I don't know if you want to try your other account. Is your other account muted? It's picking up my audio. I can tell because the closed captions are picking up my audio.
All right, I'm gonna do it this way. I won't have my cool background anymore.
That sounds better though.
Okay. All right, so hi everyone. Here, let me move my camera. I'm sorry for the motion sickness, but we're all planetarians. We should be used to that, right? All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get started now. I wanted to talk about a collaboration that we did with the Abrams Planetarium, the Wharton Center for the Performing Arts at MSU, and storyteller Luann Adams. It's called The Rabbit in the Moon and Other Marvelous Tales of the Night Sky. So I will just start with the beginning, as things usually start. So we have a program at MSU called the Informal Learning Network. So it brings all the informal educators on campus together. And one day we had a speaker, Bert Goldstein, who's the director of the MSU FCU Institute for Arts and Creativity, very long title, at the Wharton Center. And he was our guest speaker, and I ended up being the only one who was able to show up that day. So he and I just had a conversation, and turns out he was a big fan of space. So I invited him over to the planetarium, which is what I do with most people I meet, and say, hey, come see what we do. And he was really excited about what we could do. And he immediately thought of an idea, which was to invite storyteller Luann Adams out. So Luann is an actress and storyteller based out of New York City. And she primarily works with K through 12 students, though does work with all ages. But just a quick, here's a video of her telling a story about Red Riding Hood, which is one of my daughter's favorites that she tells, just to give you a sense of like who she is and what she does. So just a quick view there of what she does. And so we decided to create essentially a new show with her using the planetarium. And so Luann wrote and performed the show. We did live performances in the planetarium. We ended up doing 11 total, 1 invited dress rehearsal and 10 for school groups in our theater. The Wharton Center sort of took over the administrative things. So Bert acted as director of the show, but they also took care of all the payments. They advertised to the schools. They did all the bookings. They even got us a lighting person. So they took care of all of that. Well, we created all the visuals and ran all the tech from behind the console during the show itself. And we had to do everything live each time. We could never automate because the story switched every time that Luann told it ever so slightly, because that's the nature of her storytelling style. So this was about a 2-year process to develop the show. We initially brought Luann out. We showed her the space so she could think about what sort of stories that she had in her repertoire that she'd want to tell. And then she also ended up writing 3 new pieces for this as well. And then she, oh, I see a typo, I'm sorry. So we also, I think my kid is knocking on the door. Hi, Veda. Veda, everybody. So we, she sent us a draft of the script, and we got offered feedback on the content because there was a lot of astronomy content involved. And then we got to work on the visuals. So Bert and I sort of decided on a lot of them, though Luann would give us suggestions. And then she flew in about 5 days before the first performance, and we actually rehearsed everything and went through all the visuals to make sure she was happy with them. And we had, again, all these performances and nearly a full house on every single one. So the show itself ran for about an hour with 6 stories total, 3 from her repertoire, and we had 3 original ones as well. We created individual scripts and buttons for every single visual cue that we did. And we tried to use the dome more to enhance the storytelling as opposed to overtake it. But there were a couple where we're like, let's let the dome shine, and we did. And there was also some custom music that Luann had commissioned for the show. So these were the stories, just sort of a quick overview. This was our walk-in that you can see on the left. These clouds are moving around, and we had the music playing. And Luann introduces the whole idea of storytelling by having the kids go, if you're ready for a story, beep your nose, and things like that, gets them excited. She taught them sign language for grow, and we had the flowers grow as they did that. So it was like the kids were making the dome do what they were doing. And then we sang Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, and a storytelling star came up. So we imposed a video of a twinkling star, which John French made for us. by using music visualization software and then superimposing 2 different songs on top of each other that moved the star in both an X and a Y axis, so it looked random. It was really cool thing that John did. And so there was this whole storytelling star just to introduce the idea of storytelling to the kids. Then we did Sun Man, which Luann told the story. This is a tale from the San people in Africa about a boy who was born with light under his arms. So when he lifted his arms up, it was daytime, and when his arms were down, it was night. And as he got older and tired, his arms would kind of come down like this. So we used a blue and black dome to signify night and dark. And then at the end, he's thrown up into the sky. So we had a very large image of the sun that then shrank down to normal size and continued on with diurnal motion. Then we had Rabbit in the Moon, the name of our show, which we really wanted to focus more on Luann here. So she used puppets in order to introduce the story of 4 friends who lived in the forest who ended up helping the god Indira in disguise. And for their kindness, he placed the rabbit in the moon up in the sky. And also this picture shows you the really cool lighting we did. We had a spotlight that was masked just right to not lose anything on the dome while still seeing Luann. Little Star was an original piece that Luann did to a beat on her drum, and this is when we let the dome shine. And here's a quick video of this one. I'm not going to show the whole thing, but we also used that twinkling star effect, and the constellations answered questions. So the constellations came up and answered the question, and the constellations actually twinkled. You can't see that in the video. So we just wrote a script that made the constellation change brightness every 1/10 of a second or so. There was 7 brothers, which is a Cheyenne story of how the Big Dipper came to be, about 7 brothers and their sister who jumped into the sky to evade an attacking bison. This one, we really tried to keep it pretty simple with the visuals as well. And then we ended with a big finale with a Mobius loop, of course, which was another original piece, which was a song that she wrote that introduced different constellations in the sky. We did them in rainbow colors to add in a little bit more excitement there. And then we brought it all down very slowly and just had that storytelling star right at the end again, as we said goodbye to the kids. I have a video here, but it wouldn't play earlier, so I think I'll skip that. We do have a full version of the show on Vimeo if anyone would like to take a look at it. And Luann is interested in bringing this out to other planetariums after COVID, of course. So you can message her at her website, luannadamstoryteller.com. We will provide all of the Digistar scripts for anyone who wants that, as well as the scripts with the cues for anyone who would want to remake it. I realized also I'm wearing this exact outfit today by accident. I do that a lot. And Luann, by the way, is just a very wonderful and amazing human being, and I'm glad that I can also consider her a friend now. And I saw a lot of things in the chat, so let me go check that out. But I think in time, hooray.
Thank you, Shannon. One note I saw in the chat was some people had trouble hearing those videos. So maybe after your presentation, if you want to link them in the chat, that probably would be appreciated so people could watch them later. And we do have a few minutes for questions. So if anyone has questions for Shannon, please put them in the chat.
Yeah, sorry, the video is also low on my end, so I will definitely go get those and pop them in the chat afterward. And I will also get the Vimeo link, Jeff, and pop that in the chat as well. So there's a question about how much Luann charges. So she's willing to kind of work with planetariums. Things that would need to be covered would be her travel, hotel, and then a performance fee, which would probably be a per performance in like the $500 to $1,000 range. She's also mentioned that she would be interested in sort of doing a tour around a similar area and going to multiple planetariums, so those costs could be split between different places. So those are some different options. We also did this, didn't point out the dates, but this was March 2nd through 6th of this year. So it was like 10 days before we had to completely shut down. So I'm really glad we got this in because it was very well received. We had a almost full house every single time, and the kids loved it, and it was wonderful. How do you set up the light so that people can see the narrator? This was a light system that came directly from the Wharton Center. So this is something that they use on the Broadway shows that have specific masks that you can adjust just right so that it's a very sharp cutoff on where that light happens. And so I think it was basically one spotlight that we had on like a rig that we moved up, and then it was on a dimmer switch so I could change the brightness throughout the show as needed. But yeah, it was something that's used in theater.
Thank you so much, Shannon. And folks, if you have any other questions, please continue to put them in the chat. I know Shannon will put those links in there. Up next in our schedule is a sponsor presentation from one of our fantastic sponsors by Seiler Instrument. And I believe Ken Yeager will be presenting for Seiler. So Ken, can you make sure that you're able to share your screen?
Okay. Can you see the PowerPoint?
We can, yes. It's not in presentation mode yet, and we do have 2 minutes until your official start time. So we'll have you start on the 55 mark so that we stay on the schedule. But it looks like we're all set to go.
Just say when, and I'll jump on because I'm going to fill the 5 minutes with this. I'm going to push it in as fast as I can.
Okay. Looks like Shannon, folks have put those links in the chat. So thanks for all of your great questions. And I want to once again mention that you can find links to our sponsor websites on the virtual sponsor hall on the GLPA website. All right, Ken, please go ahead and take it away.
Thank you. It's great to see everyone here. I wish we could be together in person, but we all understand why, unfortunately. Hope everyone's doing well and getting through this terrible COVID circumstance. I know some of you reopened or partially, so congratulations and stay safe. So briefly, for those that don't know me, my name is Ken Yeager. I'm an independent sales rep working with Seiler Instruments Planetarium Division. And Seiler is happy to announce that this is their 75th year. So a fantastic anniversary. We had hoped to host an event in St. Louis, but it didn't work out again because of COVID. We're formerly partners with Zeiss, representing their planetarium systems in North America. And so the first thing I'd like to talk about, we premiered these last GLPA, and hopefully some of you saw these, the Zeiss Velvet LED planetarium projector. So the Velvets have existed for well over a decade now, previously in lamp-based units, but with the introduction of the LED technology, there is an enhanced version of Zeiss's True Black projection technology. So by adding the LED light engine, there's enhanced color, lifetime stability of color, homogeneity of the image, especially on multi-channel systems, improve sharpness, brightness, the noise floor is quieter. There is immediate on-off of power. There's no warming or cooling cycle thanks to the LED system. And that the power consumption is also lower, so your annual operational costs are down. No lamps, so that saves approximately 1,100 euros a year per projector in your multi-channel solution. Things like no color wheel. It's a motion and environmental resistive system, so less moving parts to get dirty, to maintain, less things to fail. Your overall cost is lower, and there's also an increase in the service life of these units of about 40%. There's still the only digital projector specifically engineered for displaying astronomical data in planetaria, so you can maintain those naturalistic skies or optomechanical systems in a hybrid, fantastic black levels for your videos and still images, and projecting a true to nature Milky Way. A really important factor with the Velvets, it is completely software controlled edge blending. So there are no mechanical edge blends, no masking, nothing like that, and there's auto calibration with the system. The legendary Zeiss optics have the highest light transmission and sharpness of focus around. And these are still 2560 by 1600 native resolution, but because of the superior Zeiss optics, and I've seen this personally on several occasions, these in a projector to projector shootout with a 4K resolution projector versus these 2.5K, they more than hold their own. And a super high contrast of 2.5 million to 1. So you get just those jet black skies. And to illustrate the blending capacity of these units, this is an actual photograph, unedited, of two Velvets projected on a dome, projecting red monochromatic, and the blend is dead in the center of that image. There are no artifacts of the blending. So it's just absolutely a fantastic solution for multi-channel. And then to show the old lamp-based version versus the new LED, the improvement in color quality, saturation, still that fantastic black sky around those stars. And then to show some non-astronomy content, just showing the improvement in the color space and brightness of the new Velvets versus the old. And these are unretouched on the dome, I assume at Jena. So what else has Zeiss been working on? Stereon. This is the new optomechanical small profile star projector. And we have just started talking about it in recent conferences. So if an optomechanical is something that you feel you need in your planetarium or have, what should that have? It should be able to project a spectacular starry sky. It shouldn't obscure sight lines. It shouldn't take up seating space. It should be quiet. And it should move quickly like your digital platforms, and should have a lower cost to stay within budget. So if you would like such a projector, it's available. The Stereon comes in two versions. For small domes, 8 to 14 meters are available now. And Asterion Premium will be available in early 2021 for 14 to 18 meters. And all versions will work in tilted dome spaces. And it's got a very small footprint, about 25.5 inches. And it is intended for hybrid solutions. It only projects stars and Milky Way natively or with the add-on Stars, Planet, Moon module. We recommend, with the Zeiss Velvet solution and a true black hybrid, but it will work with other vendor solutions with some nominal engineering fees. Uncompromised stars, dynamic smooth motions, automatic calibration with a digital system, and if it's a Zeiss system, integrated proprietary control with UniView. Sun, Moon, and Planets, again, standard with the Premium. It's an add-on for Asterion. The Moon is very nice, a high resolution image, and you can crawl through the phases and see great surface detail. The Milky Way has been updated with the Gaia data of over 1 billion stars. And it is the most efficient technology for sustainability and resource management. Illuminating the stars is achieved with a star mask, and there is an individual optical fiber for each star. And again, illuminated by LED. The lowest consumption of power for optomechanical that we know of, about 300 watts. There is less materials in having a smaller housing and so forth, smaller profile. There's a reduction in material usage to fabricate it. And then you have to make it's LED driven like the Velvets. So no lamps to replace, no hazardous waste, no maintaining inventory, fewer moving parts. There's a sneak peek inside the Asterion and projected decades of service life. So it's a very attractive solution. If you have a limited budget, it is much less costly than Zeiss star machines historically. There's a sneak peek of the 24-inch diameter star ball, and I think that's it. If I have any time left, I'm happy to field any questions, and I will be doing a longer presentation on Friday.
Thank you, Ken. You filled your time perfectly. So if anybody has any questions for Ken, please get in touch with him privately. And we are now moving to our first break. So again, I'd like to thank our sponsors, and today's sessions are being sponsored by Digitalis and Siler Zeiss. We have a 10-minute break now, so everyone do what you need to do. And we'll be restarting again at 2:10 Central Time, and I'll see you back here in just a minute.
Hey, Siri.
Again here. So hope everybody's back, and thanks to Digitalis and Seiler Zeiss again for sponsoring our session today. We're going to go right back into papers, and I will very quickly just introduce Renee Kerrigan, who will be talking to us about big astronomy.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here today. I am GLPA conference planner, Renee Kerrigan, but I'm also the planetarium director at the Peoria Riverfront Museum, and I'm also a member of the Big Astronomy leadership team. So I'm switching hats on and off here today, I'm going to present to you about the Big Astronomy Project. By now, you've probably heard about the Big Astronomy Project, or at least I hope you have. It is a National Science Foundation funded project. It's about a $2 million grant, and it has a lot of different components to it. The first of those components is a planetarium show that was created by the California Academy of Sciences in both English and Spanish. It was actually filmed as a bilingual show. And it takes you to the advanced telescopes in Chile, but not just to learn about the telescopes, but to learn about the people that it takes to make the telescopes happen and all the jobs that are necessary to make these big science facilities work. The show premiered worldwide on September 26th. I'm lucky, my planetarium is open with limited capacity seating, so we were able to show the film in our planetarium dome, as were some other facilities that are open right now physically. But because we know a lot of planetariums are closed right now, we also premiered it virtually on YouTube and streamed it in 360. Thousands of people around the world watched with us on September 26th as we streamed it in 360. And you and your dome, you can do these same things. You can request the files to show it in your dome. You can also, if you're not open right now, or for whatever reason you don't want to show it in your physical planetarium dome, you can also stream it on social media. And all the resources to be able to do those things are available on our website, which is bigastronomy.org. The show and the surrounding educational components and the toolkits, which I'm going to talk about in a little bit, all of that is being researched. The effectiveness of this model of education is being researched by the Michigan State University. Shannon Schmoll, who just presented, is also on the grant leading the research for this project. We're actually live streaming the show weekly on the Big Astronomy and the California Academy of Sciences YouTube channel. So even if you don't want to live stream it yourself, you're welcome to share one of our live streams. These will be every Wednesday at 2:30 Eastern, 11:30 Pacific time for at least another month or so. We'll be live streaming it, and the links are already set up in advance. So they're on our YouTube channel, or if you want to have me send them to you directly, please feel free to reach out, and I'm more than happy to do that. Another major part of this project that you may not be as familiar with as the show itself is the ongoing educational events that are associated with the show. So well before the pandemic, we had planned on doing these virtual events. So in a way, it's kind of benefited us that now everybody has had to figure out how to do this and get used to it. Not that I would ever wish 2020 on anybody, but you know, we can always look for silver linings. So the goal of these educational events was to directly connect the audience who's maybe seen the show or maybe they haven't yet, but the people who are interested in this topic to the staff who work at the National Science Foundation funded sites in Chile. we're trying to engage folks in continuing their learning about the observatories, the staff that make them work, the science being done at the observatories, and again, before or after they see the planetarium show. We also want to show young people that there are many options for STEM careers. We want them to understand that you can work in science in many ways. You do not need to have a PhD or be an astronomer to work at an observatory. So we've created this live event series called Real People, Big Astronomy. The first event in this series was on September 10th, and it featured Dr. Connie Walker, who works for the NSF's Noir Lab, and she works also with controlling light pollution. And it was great. We had quite a few people tune in on our Facebook Live event, and it sort of laid the model for how we will do these events moving forward. And so I just thought I'd share with you that we have quite a few events coming up in October. The first one is tomorrow. So as soon as the GLPA session is over tomorrow, actually I'll have to duck out a little bit early, but immediately after the GLPA session tomorrow, we're hosting a Big Astronomy live event, which we're calling Meet ALMA. So these in October, we'll have these introductory events for all of the National Science Foundation funded telescopes in Chile. So the first one is ALMA. It's a Facebook Live event, but we'll also do a Zoom webinar that people can log into, and there'll be simultaneous translation from English to Spanish in that Zoom webinar. So if you are a Spanish speaker or if you have an audience of Spanish speakers, that's a way that you can hear these events in your native language. And you can find out information about these events on our Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. We also send out an email if you're on our mailing list, and we're at Big Astronomy on all those social media platforms. So I'm hopeful that this event will just be super popular and go really well. It has had a lot of responses in 2 weeks that it's been up. You can see I did a screenshot this morning of the people that we've reached and the people who've said that they're interested in it. So fingers crossed that we won't have any spamming, but we'll deal with that if it comes and figure out how to do better next time if that's what happens tomorrow. We have, like I said, events featuring all the observatories in October. So on October 20th, there'll be one about the new Rubin Observatory, which has been called LSST, the Large Synoptic Survey Telescope, and it's been renamed for Vera Rubin. So that's exciting because this will be a game changer for astronomy. It's going to take like 30 terabytes of data a night, and it's all going to be open source. An event with an overview of the Gemini South Telescope, which is part of the Gemini Observatory, can observe the entire hemisphere in a night, and the Cerro Tololo Inter-American Observatory, and those two events are in the last week of October. CTIO is the sister observatory to Kitt Peak in Arizona, and most of the telescopes were built in the 60s. There's over 16 telescopes on the mountain. So I hope you'll tune in to some of these events and perhaps share them with your audience. There's a lot to learn, and we're excited to share these observatories with you. And like I said, one of the main goals is to directly connect people to the staff who works in science. And so the first one back of the Real People Big Astronomy events will be on November 11th, featuring Dr. Luis Chavarra, who is actually the director of the astronomy program for the Chilean government's Ministry of Science, and he's fantastic. So we're really looking forward to that. And there's another educational resource that you may or may not be aware of are these activity toolkits that were created by the Astronomical Society of the Pacific. There are 7 activities included in these toolkits. They are free. There's links on our website where you can request one if you have not requested it already. And the activities all relate to the learning goals of the project. So dark skies, legends from around the world, multi-wavelength astronomy, and all the people that it takes to make astronomy happen. So if you'd like to learn more, you can visit our website. At the bottom of our homepage, we have blog posts or updates that will always post either an archive of the event or information about the events that are coming up in the latest live events section. And then in the latest news, we have links to the upcoming social media events and or webinars. And you can also get involved by following us on Facebook. I think that's probably the best way to get reminders about the upcoming social media Real People Big Astronomy or Big Astronomy live events. And you can, at the bottom of our website, which is bigastronomy.org, you can also sign up to get emails. And you'll get emails about the project, and I promise about nothing else. We won't bug you. And if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. My information is here. And again, please share us, like us on Facebook, and share our events, because really the goal is to help people understand that it's not big facilities that makes big science happen. It's not big telescopes or big machines. It's people. It's people from all around the world with many diverse backgrounds and skills. And we hope that these events will help people understand that. So if you have any questions, I know I'm pretty much at time, so I'll be scrolling back through the chat and answer the questions in the chat, which I see there's quite a few. Okay.
Renee, did you mean you were going to be answering those questions out loud right now?
I guess I have a little bit of time to do that,
you
don't
do
I?
have you have a couple of minutes still.
Why don't we make sure that the next presenter is able to share their screen, and while they're doing that, I will answer some questions. Let's see. Jean asked if we had paid ads on Facebook to reach out to the potential audience members. We did one for the premiere, and on September 26th. We haven't done one yet, but we might do more. And Jim Schweitzer asks, light pollution, SATCOMs. Yes, he asked about light pollution and the satellite telescopes like Starlink. Connie Walker talked about that, and the good thing is that SpaceX is working directly with people like Connie Walker, who leads this whole group of people to advertise about the problems with light pollution. So they are working with them to try to make it less bad, but they're still bad for observational astronomy and professional astronomy, as I know that you are aware of, Jim. Chris Jansen asks, as you stream in 360, do you know or have you done any public methods to encourage your audiences to view in VR? We had a nice graphic that we passed around that's showing people how they could view in VR. Like you can just tilt and drag with your phone. And that's probably the most popular way that people have been watching in 360. You can also watch from any computer and just drag the image around. And if you have a Google Cardboard or a headset, or like if you're like me and have had this thing from IPS sitting on your desk for years, you could watch in this.
All right. Well, thank you, Renee. And if anyone has any more questions for her, please send those in the chat. But now we're going to have our next paper from Sarah Schultz, who will be asking the right questions. So, formative assessment in the interactive planetarium.
All right, let's see here if I can get this to work. You guys can see my...
we can see your desktop.
Let's see. Let's see if I do this.
I still see your desktop.
Of course. Must have chosen the wrong one. All right, let's try this one more time. There we go. Let's try that. Is that better?
Yes, there we go.
Great. I have 3 monitors here that I'm trying to balance. So, okay. Well, hello everybody, and thank you for staying on to listen to me and talk to you about my doctoral research. And of course, asking the right questions. Right is in quotation marks because, we're all asking questions, but we can do a little bit more with it. So one silver lining, as Renee mentioned, for COVID is that I was able to finish my doctoral research this spring. I defended in June, and so now I am Dr. Sarah, so that's kind of exciting. And I want to just tell you a little bit about my research. So the goal for my research was to serve my largest audience better, and that's my K-12 audience. They're the biggest paying audience that I have, and I wanted to do the best I could to keep them coming back. And the idea was to think about what ways that we might be using or not using basically research-tested teaching techniques in the planetarium. And if those are present or if they're not present, could we be doing some of that so that we could help the students learn better and we could be reinforcing what the teachers are doing in their classrooms before and after the planetarium visit. The forefront of teaching right now is really active learning. And so getting your audience or your students involved in what they're doing so they're not just a passive audience trying to just soak up the information that you're giving them, but really engaged in their learning. And I wanted to really focus on something that we're kind of already doing, wouldn't really require major technology or any kind of props or anything. And so I wanted to really look at the conversations that we have and the questions that we ask in our presentations. So I did some research on active learning, and in the classroom, it's been shown to have good positive impact on student learning. In the planetarium, it has actually been done as well. So back in 1976, there was the Participatory-Oriented Planetarium, or POP programs. Try saying that 5 times fast, or even once. And so they were really switching from the typical kind of sage on the stage star talk and really getting the audiences more involved in the presentation and the information that was they were talking about. Additionally, Jeannie Bishop, we all know Jeannie, she also brought some classroom teaching strategies into the planetarium successfully. So it's been shown that we can do this, but are we doing it? What I wanted to focus on was formative assessment, because that gives us an opportunity to really guide our presentations and our instruction based on what the students are doing and how they're learning. So it really lets us be a little bit more flexible and really kind of real-time adjustments on what we're doing. So there's all kinds of different ways you can do formative assessment, but the one way I wanted to look at was strategic questioning, because like I said, I wanted to build on things that we're already doing in the planetarium, and many of us are already asking questions of our audiences. And so I wanted to look at those questions and see what we were doing with them. This graphic is just to show you that I did my research, and I'm building this up on sound kind of educational theory. But the really important part here is the top, where we're looking at the ESRU cycle, which I'll talk about in a little more detail in a moment. But essentially, we're looking at assessment conversations, so asking questions and having those questions and conversations with our students. And then the ESRU cycle is a way to kind of think about what level we're getting to with the questions that we're asking and what purpose those questions are serving. So the ESRU cycle is pretty easy. The letters are coming from the teacher eliciting a response. So we ask a question. The S comes from the student responds. The R is from the teacher recognizes the student response, which is key. We don't always think about that, but you really need to make sure that the student understands that they're being heard and their answer is being recognized. Otherwise, it could lead to students feeling like they're not actually being heard and not really volunteer anything anymore because they feel like it's not necessary. The important part of the ESRU cycle is the using part. The teacher uses the student response. And that's where we really get this interactivity and this formative assessment. We're using what we're getting from our audiences, from our students, and we're guiding our presentation based on what they understand and what they're learning, where they're at. The Ruiz Primo and Furtak are the researchers who developed this ESRU cycle. And they found that when they did this, when they looked at STEM teachers, middle school STEM teachers that almost none of them did this using part. Almost none of them got to that point unless they had specific training on it. And so that's the key here, is that my question is whether or not this is happening in the planetarium already. And if not, what can we do to help that? So here's one example. It's real quick, and I don't want to spend too much time on this slide, but you can see here that we've got the ESRU cycle, and it's not just ESRU, ESRU. It can kind of go back and forth. It's not always one step after the other. But we have an interaction with a student, and here we actually have a U. So they've asked a couple questions. They're kind of getting to know the student, what they understand. They're talking about the topic, but then they get to the point where they're actually asking, what does the student understand? Why do you think this? How does this happen? That kind of stuff. We're higher level questions. So I wanted to see if this was happening in the planetarium, and if it is or if it isn't, what factors could be influencing that. So here are my research questions, and I've got a lot more detail in my conference proceedings, but I won't spend enough time on this here. What I found after getting 26 individuals to submit recordings and listening to at least 26 hours of instruction, there were lots and lots of questions. There were more than 650 questions that I documented. However, the majority of those questions did not get to the using. So the majority of my presenters were in the low to no using, and I had 2 outliers here that were on the higher end that had several usings in their presentations. So overall, not surprising, STEM teachers aren't doing it without specific training. So why should planetarians be doing it? Maybe some of us are, luckily, but maybe we just don't have the training in that. So overall, not much going on. And I also sent out a questionnaire to get some demographic information, and none of that really related to any of this either. So it seemed that it was more the presenter themselves, as opposed to the type of dome they were in, or the type of technology they were using, or the type of show that they were doing. None of that seemed to make a difference. So why? Why don't we see these complete cycles? So the influencing factors, I interviewed 8 people afterwards at various levels of the ESR or using. So some that had high using, some that had no using, and some in between. And what they told me was that overall, their goal is to not to teach, but to inspire and to engage their audiences and excite them, which makes sense because we all have very limited amount of time. And so to put that kind of pressure on ourselves as presenters to make sure that they remember everything that we're trying to teach them in that 20 minutes, half hour, 50 minutes is a lot of pressure. And so if we can get them to be curious, then maybe they'll look up stuff on their own and we can make an impact that way. Additionally, there was a formative assessment used as a management tool, keep people focused, keep them paying attention, keep them from distracting other people, rather than actually using it as a teaching tool. Of course, people were feel constrained by time. We all do. We have so much to cover in so little time. And additionally, a lot of people felt that probably they just weren't aware of different strategies that they could be using. And this is kind of the last bit of my, the next step, you could say, for my research, maybe being able to provide those opportunities. So it does seem like there's an opportunity here for us to learn more about this ESRU cycle and formative assessment and kind of this assessment conversations, and just kind of making our questions a little bit better, kind of stepping it up a little bit so that we can do more teaching without really changing what we're doing, just asking questions a little bit differently. And I really do hope to develop some opportunities for planetarians to learn more about this and get some training. So I'm done talking. I don't know how much time I have left. I think I have a little bit more, but I would really like to know what you think. Is there interest in opportunities to learn more about this? And are you interested in professional development in this? So if you could put it in the chat, I can go back and take a look. I can post in the chat here. There's a link to a form just to get just a really brief questionnaire to see, so that if you're interested, then I can contact you in the future. so this is really it. That was a very short presentation on 6 years of my life. But here you go. I am happy to give you the 100-some page document, dissertation document if you want. The proceedings are better. There's more information there. I really spent a lot of time cutting this down so I wouldn't waste too much time talking. But I'd really like to hear from you what you think, if you think that this is useful. I hope it is. And if it's not, I have to know that too. So I'm going to leave it open to the rest of you. Anybody? I don't know if there are any questions in here that I specifically can answer. I can go to another example of a complete ESRU cycle so that you have a little bit more time to look at it. Really what it breaks down to, or what it boils down to, is asking more questions of the why and how nature, rather than, we have a tendency to stop and say, yes, you're right, let's talk about this. Instead of saying, well, why do you think that? Where's this coming from? What evidence do you have for that? What is your base understanding? One colleague I was visiting with the other day mentioned that, it's a matter of if we're coming into our presentations with a roadmap or with a compass. If we have a roadmap, we know exactly which way we're going to go. We have our Google Maps and they're going to tell us where to turn. And so we have it mapped out ahead of time. But if you go in with a compass, then you can allow your audience to guide you a little bit more. You're still going in the same direction, but you're allowing them to have more input. So it's kind of nice to be able to get a better idea of what they know. You're kind of trying to dig at those misconceptions that they bring in, and help them build on that so that we can really get better understanding and better retention as well. I don't know. And that's all I have. I talked really fast so that I would be able to get through it, because I spent 2 days trying to cut this down because it was like 40 slides and I had to get it down to like 10. All
right. Well, thank you. That was fantastic. Again, if anyone has any questions for Sarah, please go ahead and put those into the chat. I'm sure she will be happy to field them.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, next up, in just a couple of minutes here, we are going to have another presentation from one of our wonderful sponsors, this time Digitalis. So suppose we can go ahead and get that started, get it set up at least.
Okay, I'm pretty much set. So I'm going to be flying live, and I can start whenever you'd like me to.
All right. Well, we'll just wait a minute here and get started at 3:40. If that works. I suppose I should say, I realized I did not introduce myself at the beginning when I took over from Renee at the break. My name is Steve Crawford. I work at the Kalamazoo Valley Museum in Michigan, where we will hopefully be hosting the 2021 conference next fall. So hope to see many of you there. All right. Well, let's turn it over to Kyle from Digitalis and get started.
Hey everybody, it's great to at least see everyone virtually. I really miss going to the conferences and seeing you all in person. So I'm excited to talk about a new product that Digitalis has launched to help in the situation where we're not necessarily able to go out to our audiences. We're doing a lot of things virtually. So we now have a product called the Digitarium Skybox, and this is a virtual online planetarium running our software. If you're already a Digitarium customer, I want to let you know that you can actually plug your system in. Get a hold of us, we'll show you how. You can be running your Digitarium online. If you're not a Digitarium customer, or if you want to have an extra production box, we've created the Skybox. Price point is just a little bit over $5,000. So this is something that we want to be affordable for anybody so that you can still reach your audiences. I'm going to keep the chat line up. I'm going to do my very best to follow Sarah's example of eliciting responses, recognizing that you've said something, and trying to use what you say. So feel free to hop in at any point that you want. So something about our system that I love is it's really easy to operate and fly. I've just loaded here an image for Indigenous Peoples Day. This is something that I shot down in Peru. This is the Incan salt mine. A lot of these images are available that you can download and put on your Digitarium on our community site. So what I'm going to do is, well, I'm going to change our view here so that you can kind of see how the sausage is made. Let me switch over here. Okay, so to this direction for me, you should be able to see our full dome output from the software. And above me is our universal console. This is also included in the Skybox. Normally you'd run it with an iPad. I'm running it with a web browser just so you can see what we're doing. So you have absolute control to be able to fly anywhere that you'd like to go. So here we have your altitude and your, if you want to move around with an image, you can do so here, or you can use an Xbox that's totally integrated here. So I'm going to try to keep my eyeballs on the chat. Somebody said images are really low res, at least for me. UC words are not readable. Oh, okay. Thanks for letting me know. I'll try to say what it is that we're doing. So I'm going to fly away from the Earth here. Or we're going to fly away and get a view of our planet. Now, we also have data sets that are built in or some additional data sets that are available. I'm going to fly down here, and I'm going to click on the Universal Console to our new data set tab. So this brings up data sets that you could add to the Earth. They're organized by different topics. So let's just take a look at photoplankton, for instance. We'll throw that up here on the dome, so we can look around at that model, fly in. We can also add topographic data. So that's one of the optional data sets here. I'm going to just click over here to active for the Earth. So any data set that you have, you can change the opacity of that layer. Fly down here a little bit closer, and we'll put on the high resolution topographic data set here for the Earth. And we can fly down. So you can go anywhere that you would like on the planet. This data all lives locally, so you don't have to be connected to the internet and be constrained by bandwidth issues, as we've all had some issues with lately. When we fly away from the Earth, I'm going to click over here to this tab here. This is the constellation tab, so we can put up the lines, the artwork. This is all really easy to do for live presentations. Since this is Indigenous Peoples Day, I'm going to highlight one of my favorite aspects of the Nightshade software is you can really easily put in any of these built-in constellation cultures. Does anyone have a favorite culture that you'd like me to put up here? Just throw it in the chat if you want. I realize you probably can't read the image above. I think there's some problems with bandwidth here at the moment. Oh, somebody said Inuit. Okay, so I'm going to put on Inuit and click on that. And we can fly around. You can notice that the Inuit constellations, you have a lot of them over the north side of the Earth, but not a lot in the south. So the way that people see the sky has to do with their location on the planet. Somebody said Inuit. Somebody said Andean. You know what, Renee? I've got one here. We've got several of cultures from South America. Let me throw on Incan, since that is what we're looking at. And they were looking at the band of the Milky Way. So they're looking at the negative space along the Milky Way. Now, everything here is customizable. We can actually adjust how intense our Milky Way is if this is what we want to talk about. So we can really highlight the negative spaces there. Put the names on as well. All right. Let me see if there's anything else in the chat. Yes, exactly. There are a lot of other cultures there. It's also possible to create your own sky cultures and integrate those into Nightshade. Okay, and yeah, we do have the GLPA. We've got a lot here. I'll just throw in some different ones, because these are just beautiful. And you can also have a translate feature, so it'll go from English into an anglicized version of that local language if you wish. All right, let me fly away from the Earth. There's a ton of ones that we can show. Does anyone have a planet you want to go to, or an object that you want to explore? Pluto! Oh no, see, Pluto doesn't exist anymore, so we can't. No, just kidding. Over here, we have our Objects tab, and we can go to any object that you want, including Pluto. Who was it that picked on Pluto? Let's see, that was Jessica. Do you have Jessica and Diana? Do you have anything specific that you like about Pluto? If you think about that, you can put that in the chat if you want. I'm going to click on Fly To. This is how easy it is to run the system. You select your target, you click Fly To, and it takes you there. Here we go. I should always point out that this is faster than you can actually fly in real life. I don't call the physics police on me. I can't afford that kind of ticket. So here we have a really nice view of Pluto. Let me go back to the chat here, because I think some other people. Oh, nitrogen snow. Yeah, nice. The heart shape, somebody said. So we can actually get a view here of the heart shape. Now, we can speed up time.
Kyle, just so you know, you've got just about a minute-ish.
Just about a minute-ish. Okay. Anyway, there's a lot of things that we can show on here. Feel free to shoot me an email, kyle@digitalenceducation.com, and I can do a more extensive live flying version with you. There is a built-in media player, so we can play photos and videos. There is built-in these are more roadmaps. This is the built-in curricula that you can use if you don't want to just fly live like I'm doing. I just wanted to highlight what's possible here. We can even leave the entire solar system. I'm going to put on the body orbit lines and body labels here to give us a kind of a view. We're going to leave the Saturn system, sorry, the Pluto system, and fly away from our entire solar system here. Here we go. And as we get farther away, you can see that those lines of our constellations, the way that people have seen the constellations start to change their shape. We'll fly out of the entire Milky Way galaxy, and this goes into a really nice model that we have of our galaxy. We can fly all the way out to the cosmic microwave background radiation, visit different stars. But I think my time is up here. So
it sure is. Thank you so much. All right. Excellent. So thank you to Digitalis for that. And we are going to move on now to our special interest groups. So we'll be using breakout rooms for that. And got there was a recent Zoom update that hopefully will allow you to choose which Zoom or choose which breakout room you'll be in as soon as Renee gets those started. If you are unable to join or to choose a room yourself, just let us know in the chat and we'll be able to send you to the appropriate room.
And I have those rooms created. Let me double check the schedule so I say it correctly. We have 25 minutes in the schedule for our special interest groups. So that means we'll reconvene at 4:15 Eastern, 3:15 Central, or we'll be out of the breakout rooms at that time. So I'm going to open the rooms, see if you can assign yourself to a breakout room. And again, let us know if you'd like us to assign you. We can do it for you if you need help.
Chuck, the 3 rooms are technology, diversity and inclusion, and education. Oh.
April, I'll go ahead and put you in education if you're not already there.
I don't see the option, Renee, to be able to choose anything.
If you didn't update your Zoom application, it's possible you don't.
Presentation from ChromaCove, one of our sponsors today. Thank you so much. So Charlie, if you are ready, go ahead and take it away. I will stop this share.
All right. Hey, everybody. I'm Charlie Rao with ChromaCove, and with me is Aaron Strong.
Hello.
Also, somewhere floating out there is Ken Yeager. He still does some sales stuff for us. So yeah, we're a few people we can talk to about this sort of stuff. In fact, I should probably maybe even do a screen share here. So unfortunately, I did not hit that button. I was so confused about the muting. Okay, so yeah, you can also talk to other people too. You can talk to your favorite full dome systems provider because our lighting is compatible with other people's systems. And that's sort of the whole point in a planetarium. You want everything controlled, right? So we help you go from, you know, this dome over here, the something's not quite right, bland old incandescence and other things that have gone wrong, to something that's a lot more bright and cheery, right? You can see some differences here in a few photos. Even going from not just incandescents, but also LEDs. You can see not all LEDs are created equal here. The stuff on the left here is some of the old color kinetic stuff that was very popular throughout the planetarium realm for a while. But you can see after time, especially, and with that style of LEDs, you get those striations on the dome, and it's not really a solid color anymore. So we can update you back to what LED lighting should look like. A few things about why we feel ChromaCove is the best. And it's not just because you know, we make the stuff, but we hear a lot from our customers. We hear a lot from the people that are out there because we did listen to you. So a few things that we do very, very well is bold colors, smooth fades, it's easy to use software and control, high reliability. You know, you buy something, you want it to last. Great coverage up and across the dome. We've never needed additional fill lighting. Chroma Blend is a cool feature that we have that actually provides a high resolution gradient effect. Full dome control, like I said, compatible with other systems. And we do make this not only here in the USA, but we make it ourselves. And something I noticed yesterday, I was putting this together, if we actually look at these sort of, these things kind of group together a bit. So we're going to hit some of these points a little bit better here. So bold colors, great coverage. You get all the way up across the dome. This is 7 untouched photos just cropped here in PowerPoint to see some coverage. This is actually in the Definity Space Theater in the Adler Planetarium. Here's one in a theater with an A3P. Important to note, you get up just about 18 inches up off the dome, and usually it's a very solid color all the way across the zenith. Just really nice, smooth fades with the colors. Chroma Blend blending across the length of the fixture adds to that smooth gradient. The control, very easy to use, and we are actually updating to ChromaCove Designer 2 very, very soon. So be looking for that. And you know, we do make these fixtures ourselves. We have assembly facility that actually takes raw circuit boards and takes it all the way through the process, through reflow ovens and such, even does optical inspection to make sure every little weld, every solder joint is perfect. And we've done about 3 miles, actually over 3 miles of cove lighting at this point. And it's actually been 10 years that ChromaCove has been a company. We've had it introduced a year earlier, but then went ahead and formed it as a company. So mostly I wanted to say thank you for trusting us to light your domes for the past decade. And since I've got a little bit extra time here, I still want to show you.
Actually, we're just about at time. Sorry.
Just about at time? Oh, no. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I thought I had 30 seconds left. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate you joining us. And have yourself a great day.
thank you. Thank you so much to Chroma Cove, and we certainly appreciate it. So going to move on back to some paper presentations, starting with Julieta, who will be presenting direct experience biases and scientific visualizations in the dome.
Hey, Steve, can you pin my video? Because I'm not going to have slides. I'll have them in as backgrounds.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Oh. The screen. Okay. So, hi, my name is Julieta Aguilera. I think it's good that to, oh, hi, Tora. Shannon's daughter says hi. Anyway, it's kind of an interesting time because we have had so much new vocabulary coming to with the situation that we're facing, not just this year, but the previous few years. And this word, biases, well, we use it in a social way, but I want to talk about biases that are about the space and how we expect a space to behave. So that is the understanding that I'm trying to use with the scientific visualization link in the dome here. So I'm sure some of you may have had this question asked. Anybody has had this question asked in your dome when people look at what you're showing? You want to answer? I know I did. I work at the Space Visualization Laboratory for several years. And over there, we show scientific visualizations and movies and animations in many different kinds of devices. And that was a question that was asked over and over, especially from adults. You know, kids get in, you know, it's a world of make-believe and they accept it. But in this adult population, you know, it's kind of hard to assess. And I think that the question had to do more with what is it about that you're showing that is real? But in some instances, is this a lie? You know, is this like totally made up? You know, where's the science? So I think we need some new tools for addressing this kind of question, and that's what this presentation is about. So we do live in a very big world today. You know, we live where we are surrounded by these different scales all around, and all but the very center of where we are is accessible directly. But what we see about the planet, about the solar system, the galaxy, and so forth, is all models. It's all constructed to a degree. And even what is mediated between us culturally, socially, it has some degree of construction. So what is real in that understanding? You know, it kind of makes you question where are the models? Are the models in my head or are the models out there? How many other people have access to these models? You know, do we agree on the models? So it seems like in this realm of the universe at many scales, we feel like things may not be behaving like we expect, you know, and there's that sense of what is it something that I can hold on and what is something that I cannot hold on. So today we can see astronauts working in outer space totally divorced from gravity. Well, not the gravity that we would perceive. But it's a very interesting situation where we are witnessing someone that has a body that is not ruled by the physics that we give for granted being on the surface of Earth. So what is this understanding? And the reason I put this person working on the International Space Station, is because it kind of shows you there's that conflict. If people watching this say, how come things are not moving the way we think they should be moving? So that is an important understanding for explaining scientific visualizations, that there are things that match our planetary experience, not just internal to our bodies, but how do we move around the space of the environment where we exist, and things that don't match that environment, not just visually, but very, very physically. So is reality familiar? Is only what is familiar real, or can the unfamiliar be real? This is a very important question, because that is sometimes what people may be asking you. They may do a general question, but it is very experiential. Is this something that I know or something that I don't know? And how do I get to know what you're trying to connect to explain to me? Let's see. So in showing not only things about the spatial scale, but temporal scale, I did give a presentation. I was invited to some library to give a presentation to families. And the way I presented scientific visualization then was one of the steps was showing the solar system, of course, but to try and tie in that experiential connection, I asked the families, I said, so can you tell me how many times have you been around the sun? Because they knew that was the solar system. So, there is a moment of pause until someone replied 9, 34. And then that connects to your personal temporal experience. So there are ways of making those connections, and they are accessible to everybody right now in the present. So it seems like that feeling of gaps, is what is being asked from us to an extent, not just to explain astronomy, but to explain how astronomy is happening in terms of scientific visualization. So we do have places that are familiar to us. So here's the Botanic Garden in Chicago, and you can see there's a bridge. So there is a sort of constructed reality, because it's not just natural. There's some human intervention in the space, but there are affordances in that space. So in trying to mediate the affordances that we may have in a scientific visualization and the affordances that may be in places around ourselves, whether it is bridges or it's moving in a boat or moving in a train, there are all these examples to kind of understand and deconstruct what parts are being used into scientific visualizations to make sense. So there is that connection with the familiar that it is indeed important. And of course, we have situations, the sky sort of looks nebulous. So it is obvious that in the appearance of the visualizations that are being produced today, there's the connection to the familiar, how light moves through these clouds and whatnot. But we are limited by our existence in this planet the way we are right now. And I wanted to do a cameo of a book, of old technology here. And this is from an article written by Jacob von Uexküll, who wrote this chapter called A Stroll Through the World of Animal and Men, and describe how the different animals see the planets with their sensory motor system. And at the end of the article, he says the largest world possible is the world of the astronomer, because it can expand its mind models to understand the universe. So what else? So of course we have a world that is not just made of models, but of sensors that are immediate and accessible to us in distances that were not reachable by previous generations. So as we move through, from we have access live to a camera that is overlooking the planet. There are these degrees of how much of this is constructed via mediation or via simulation. So is it real in the sense that it's captured and I'm seeing it in real time? I'm seeing it at a scale that the people that are up there see it. So there, this tailoring, if you think of wearing clothes model that is happening, that can be utilized. So I wanted to convey these main two ideas. Many aspects of the universe cannot be scaled proportionally to the human experience because they are too big or too small that we cannot see. Like Jean was talking before, we cannot see things that are atom-like with our senses directly, but we do have means to extend our vision to see them. I cannot see the cells in my hand, and I cannot see the solar system from where I am, not just because of distance, but because of the size of things. So I think it's important we emphasize and communicate that not only we are inhabiting a world, a universe that is proportionally different, that is different, radically different from the human body, senses and motor system, but also different in range, in reaches. So trying to put together those notions of how the visualizations are being made is quite important. Now, there's
sorry to break in. You just have about 1.5, 2 minutes left.
Oh, perfect. Just one more. So in terms of the models that we have in our head, I was listening to this NPR session, and this doctor that works on pain said things that we give the most attention become bigger. So there's also this, adding to these thoughts about scientific visualization, the notions of attention. It's super important to understand how big things are in our head and not just from what is in front of us. But it helps to think of how that is spatial as well. And keep track of where we are, how we are. So when we are driving in a car, we want to know what speed we're going, because we may not, the car is an extension of our mobility, but sometimes because it's insulated, we may lose track of how fast it's going. And sort of the same may be happening as Kyle was saying, he's moving too fast to Pluto. Yes, and I think it's important we keep that connection of how fast we're going and how big we're going. And I think there was a word. There's Jean may help me, but there's a word. I was asking Andy, what's the word for speed, for a speedometer, but word for scale? And there's a word for scale, I don't remember the word, but it's important to know how big we are going. And I think as we see the software that we're using has that capability to say how big we are going. And as Jean was also saying, what connections do we have to that speed and that scale? So as we move through a cosmic web and we see galaxies going around us, we want to have a very clear idea of how to introduce that to our audiences so they know what part of it has been adjusted and how much so. I know that I could not see the clouds moving on my yard, but today, my phone, I can do time lapses and I can do slow motion, and I can see how going through capturing the sky over time, if I look at that video later, I can notice patterns that I could not notice otherwise. Same thing with these falls, where if you slow down the waterfall, you start seeing patterns that you could not see. So the reason that we are adjusting space and time is to see those patterns and understand them better. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. If anyone has any questions, and I see there are already several in the chat there, please just send them there. I'm sure she will be happy, of course, to go through and answer those. So moving on to our final paper of the day, we have Dana LeBlanc, Dana Thompson, and Shannon Schmall to talk about the International Planetarium Society's climate survey. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Steve. I love going right after a presentation so that everyone's looking at the chat and not listening to me. It helps with my nerves. So hope everyone's had a great day today with the GLPA conference. It's really nice to see everyone. So we're going to be talking about the International Planetarium Society's climate survey, what that means. And this is all due to work coming from the IPS's Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee. It's a committee that Danny LeBlanc and I really put together back in December and have been working really hard with our committee to build. And the reason why we're sharing this with the GLPA community is because the climate survey that we're discussing today has really come out of efforts done for GLPA back in 2018 for a survey that Shannon is going to talk about later. But just so everyone's on the same page, we want to define some of the terms that we're going to be using. And if you've seen some of this presentation before, it's always good to just get a reminder of what these terms actually mean. So for equity, it's an approach that ensures everyone has access to the same opportunities. It's different from equality because it recognizes that there are certain advantages and barriers that exist. And as a result, we don't all start from the same space, same place. For diversity, you can think of it in many different ways. We define it here as just the presence of difference in a given setting. And for diversity, for our definition, we also include the diversity of ideas and thought, as well as any physical characteristics. And then inclusion, it's more about how people feel. So it explains environments where individuals or groups can be and feel welcomed, respected, supported, and valued in order to really fully participate. So they are able to voice their opinions and they feel like their opinions are being heard and valued. Danny, take it away.
Thank you, Dana. Good to see everybody. So some of you may have seen this image before. And so this is what we call our IPS Inclusive Excellence Plan. And we define inclusive excellence as the commitment to respect and embrace equity, diversity of inclusion in people, ideas, and opinions. And so this is the roadmap that we have developed to get there, knowing that we will never truly get there, but it's something that we will always be working towards. But there's basically 5 goals in different areas that we are focusing on. And each of these is just like the top header of a more in-depth document that's pages long that has more of a roadmap with sort of objectives that we would like to achieve in the short term and in the long term, the next 3 to 5 years for the organization. Since our time as co-chairs, we have spent a lot of time with, well, many of these, but particularly around Goal 2. And so you may have heard about the code of conduct that we developed and passed for the organization. And then there's other things that we have done for policies and systems. But this survey is really focused around Goal 1, is creating that culture and climate of inclusion that we want to achieve. So what does that mean? Culture, we can think about culture as the way things are done around here. It's very we-oriented. It's about the shared beliefs and values of an organization. So if you think about, whether any organization that you belong to, it could be a place where you work, it could be things in your personal life, It could be the IPS or GLPA. You can think about what do we all have in common. It might that might be set by the leadership of the organization. It might be set by the goals of the organization, past traditions, but it basically is around the expectations that we have for each other as a community and as team members, and what the norms are for how people act or behave. The climate is much more I-oriented. So that's about how the environment, how the people in the environment feel. I feel welcome. I feel comfortable. I feel like I can be my authentic self and bring myself to the organization. It can also be, I feel isolated. I feel dismissed. I feel intimidated. So these are the kinds of things that we want to discover with the climate survey. So we can jump to the climate survey itself, just to talk about why we do it. And just to point out, it's important for us to say that the survey is not in response to any specific issues or concerns. It's just an acknowledgement that we, like any organization in the IPS, can improve. There's always things to do better to make ourselves more welcoming, more diverse, more inclusive, and benefit more all of our current and would-be members. So what this does with the survey, what we're hoping for it to do, is to give us a snapshot of where we are as an organization right now. It gives us a baseline. We've never done this before, to our knowledge. So this is what provides that starting point for us to be able to learn, to surface issues in a safe and anonymous way, which is especially good for people who might be newer or don't feel like they know how to make their voices heard, or maybe don't feel like they can make their voices heard. It surfaces any barriers that people have to entry, why, maybe some we know, maybe there's some that we just don't know or haven't thought of, especially for an international organization. We recognize that there are many different perspectives and many different experiences that we don't always understand. So it's for all of these things. We don't want to be making assumptions about anything. So we have everyone take the survey, and then we can learn from that and move forward and make plans that address some of those things. The most important thing that I can say, I think, is that it only works if every single voice it participates. The more data we have, the more we can understand all of this. So all of you, whether you're members of IPS or not, we want you and invite you to take the survey. And we want you to talk to your colleagues that you work with who may or may not be members of IPS, have them take the survey. Anybody who works in the planetarium field or industry who may or may not even know about IPS, we want to talk about how they feel right now. So I will pass. Shannon's going to give us more details about the survey itself so that you can see what some of the questions might be like and how we developed it.
All right. There we go. All right, so the survey itself is something that if anyone has been involved with GLPA in the past few years, you might have remembered that we sent out a climate survey, climate and culture survey that was sort of a more of a quick one that we did in light of a workshop that we were doing at GLPA that year around implicit bias. And so we are basing this one on that, but it's a lot more developed. It has a lot more questions, and we're trying to understand, I think, a little bit more than that. It will be open to more to everyone who's 18 years or older. And like Danny was saying, membership to IPS is not required to take it. In fact, we would like people outside of IPS to take it, because one of the things we want to know and understand is how can we make IPS more inclusive. It will be confidential. We will not be collecting any identifying information. There are write-in sections, so it is possible that someone might still accidentally put in identifying information. We're not asking for that, but if that were to happen, I am the only one who will have access to any raw data that I will then use to create a report. So I will be the only one who sees the actual survey results, and nobody else will see that without me cleaning it up in some way so that there's nothing that would be identifying. We think it will take about 20 minutes to complete or so, based off of the survey software that we're using called Qualtrics, as well as based off of some test runs of it, give or take, of course, some time on there. We are translating it into, I don't remember the exact count. I want to say around 10 languages, because this is for the International Planetarium Society. So we wanted to make sure that the survey itself was inclusive of people who do not speak English as their native language. So that will be all in the same link. So all you would have to do is go to the top right corner, and there's a drop-down menu to choose which language you'd like to take it in. And we do have IRB approval. So IRB stands for the Institutional Review Board. Oh man, that was hard to say. So anything that is human subject-based research, you need IRB approval for. The reason why we did this was so that we could very easily and freely share the results of this. And we can share the data, but again, no raw form of that data will be shared with anyone. I will be the only one who has access to it. Anything that's identifying will be removed before that. And we will share these results with the community. We hope to do that in a more freely available sense, so it won't be behind any sort of paywall or membership that would be required. So it will be freely available for people to see what the results are from this. And we do expect to release the link sometime in the next month. We are finishing up the translations right now into all of the different languages, so we wanted those ready before we released it. But please keep an eye out. We will be releasing it not through IPS means, but also out to Dome-L, Dome Dialogues, and all of our various means of communicating with other planetarians. So again, please take a look at it, go check it out, and we'll go see if there are any questions. So Mike is asking about the length of it in terms of if 20 minutes might be too long. This was a concern, but at the same time, there's a really important information that we do need to get. So it was a balance between making it really, really long or and trying to actually help us understand where we are with IPS. I don't know if Dana or Danny wants to add into that.
Yeah, I just had a comment that I'm not sure was mentioned, that any of the fields in the survey are all of the fields in the survey are optional. You can skip any at any time. And if someone decides to stop it midway, we at least have that part of their participation with it, right, Shannon?
And actually, I would have to double check this, but I'm fairly sure that I set it up in such a way that you can come back and finish it later if you want. And it's just if you leave it there for a certain amount of time, we would just have the partial results from that.
I did have a comment about just the vocab. I was in a recent workshop and I asked, because there's a lot of different ways we can define things. And one of the things that came up recently was whether or not diversity really is a term we should be using. Maybe we should be using or thinking about the word plurality. And the person said it's just all about the intent and remaining flexible and fluid as terminologies change and develop. And so we're hoping to do that. We hope that we can do our best to communicate this to the public. So if we, for instance, refer to it as a culture and climate survey in some spaces, that would help people understand the intent of the survey a little bit better, we will do that. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you all for that great.
Thank you slide. There you go.
Thanks, that was great. As with all of the other presentations, if you have any questions, please send them in the chat. And with that, we have sort of concluded all of the meat of the conference today, but Renee, I think, has some things she would like to say. So.
Yes, just one more thank you to our sponsors for today's sessions, which are Digitalis and ChromaCove. Thank you so much to all of our sponsors who are making this virtual GLPA possible. It's been really lovely to see all of your faces. I've enjoyed this first day of GLPA a lot, and I'm not a moderator tomorrow, so I'm going to enjoy it even more tomorrow, I think. A note about tomorrow's schedule. We start at 11 o'clock Eastern. That's 10 o'clock Central. And if you log into the GLPA website, it'll Tom Dobes did a fantastic job on our website. Let's all give him a virtual round of applause for all the hard work he did. But that it will update to your time zone. So we'll start at 10 Central. And when you enter the GLPA session tomorrow, if you would take a moment to put your state initials in front of your name. I'm going to rename myself right now. So I just clicked on rename in the little menu in my window, and I'm going to write Illinois Renee Kerrigan. If you do this, then we will avoid me searching for your names and trying to put you manually in breakout rooms just in case you're not allowed to self-select into the breakout rooms because we do have our state meetings tomorrow. So with that, oh yes, and for Beyond the Lakes, thank you, Mary. For Beyond the Lakes, put BTL because, of course, that encompasses many states. We are going to leave this meeting open for another 30 minutes. So if you'd like to just chat, you are welcome to hang out and chat informally for 30 minutes. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow at 10 Central for GLPA Day 2. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.